Okay. Is my mic picking up the fan in the background? Give me 1 second. How's it going? I have a stream helper too. Steph, this one's for you. So this is the long-awaited build. We had quite a bit of work with some custom paint, which I'm going to show you guys here real quick after I get these gloves on. It's epic. Hey Fallen, how's it going? Fallen's over on Twitch. I'm streaming to all three of the major, which is Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube right now. So you may not be able to see all the chat except for right there on the screen. Okay. Got done with morning cardio, so I'm dead. Yeah, I hear you. I don't do cardio. I die. Last time I tried cardio was on a basketball court, and I think I blacked out. So, good for you. I'm just super stocky, big, and 250 pounds moving. Well, 220 right now. 220 pounds moving around like that, it's a lot of work. My lungs can't keep up. So, not enough oxygen. Yeah, this is Shine's build right here. I can't really get it zoomed out much more than I already am right now. So, and his parts are so freaking massive, big, that can't even fit it all on this 4K camera right here. So, we're gonna go ahead and go piece by piece, talk about the build and the custom on it, and then we'll get it. We'll start the build. So off with that, we've got our Intel i9, and this is 11900K. Beautiful processor. It's got all the cores you'll need in life, along with super fast clock speeds, as well as our G.Skill Triton Z Royal RAM, which the packaging is what it is, royal, and you'll see what I mean by that when we open this up, and I'll show off the packaging. And that's all going to be plugged into our MSI MPG 590 Gaming Force. Now this motherboard was a very special motherboard by MSI for gaming, and oh, you saw the price tag there, but because I actually grabbed this at Micro Center. You can't find these anywhere. It's really hard to find. and they have them in stock there. But they are great boards with all the latest and greatest technology, minus the DDR5, which is only available on the 6000 series, along with a 12th generation processor, and that pretty much doubles the price of everything. So we went with the 11th gen. And then we've also got a 2 terabyte Gen 4 M.2 SSD. So he's going to have up to 5,000 megabits a second read and 4,300 write, which is a very quick solid state drive, and it's 2 terabytes. So it's a lot of storage all in one SSD, which is going to give him lots of room to work with. Keep the work going. Thanks 4003S. I told Mern you were dropping him for me. He told me yes, TFU. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on performance, right? So, if Mern can't perform, no, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I'm not like the other guys, whoever they were. I can't even remember their name right now off the top of my head. They're not worth remembering. But gonna keep it going here. Video card is the RTX 3090. We've got a glimmer on the case because it is as shiny as it looks, but it is the RTX 3090, and this is the AMP Halo Black edition, which is the Extreme Halo or Hollow version, and it is factory overclocked. And in general, the RTX 3090 is just overkill. So good for you, Steph. It's a beast of a card, and I don't think you'll ever need another card for a long time. And then to power the entire system, we have the 1000 watt gold EVGA power supply. So we've got plenty of power to power the system, including the RTX 3090. That is a fully modular power supply, so it helps keep the cable management nice and clean on the inside, which is going to be the backside. Something you won't even look at anyway. And then to go with the entire build, we have cable extensions for main power supply cables, which is your 24-pin, your 24-pin motherboard, 8-pin CPU, and your 8-pin PCI Express cables. So keeping with the color scheme, which I'll show you here next on the case, which was a custom paint job. Then we've got 3 sets of the Deepcool CF120 Plus. So the difference between the CF120 and the CF120 Plus, there's a little ring extra right on the outside. Gives it a little bit extra pop. The performance is about between the two. But overall, it's just going to add to the look that we're going with here. And we have a total of 9 fans that are going into the system, 3 for the AIO and 6 for the case for intake. The AIO will be exhaust, but there's going to be so much airflow coming into the case that it's going to be nice and chill. Set those aside. And then last but not least, let's talk about the case. So Steph wanted a army green color. I'm not going to be able to get this whole thing. Yes. Hey, Tuna. This is Steph's PC, yes. I'm not going to be able to get this whole case probably in the shot the way I want it to, but this is your army green on a Leon Lee 011 Dynamic that we custom painted for him, and he specifically wanted his clan tag here, so pardon the language, but it's part of the clan tag, and we have it on the top as well as the back panel. So it is well painted, has a little bit of a rough kind of look to it because we were going with the World War II /30 caliber ammo box. I don't know if you can see kind of the texture to the paint, but that is the look of a 30 caliber ammo box. And then of course we had to take all of the components out of the case while we painted it, which are the rubber gauntlets. They kind of add a black accent to it, as well as the wiring cables and whatnot. But there is a lot of perfection here. And then including the back, excuse me, including the back side, we have our black feet still, and our dust filters we obviously didn't paint either, so those are there still as well, bright colors. So it has a nice accent to it, and it's going to match the system very nicely. You got your own to build? Yeah, this thing's a monster. Yeah, the color is awesome. Very excited for this build. I'm going to go ahead and set that case aside, and we're going to start with the motherboard, the CPU, the RAM, and the SSD. We'll jump right into it. I guess before we start, does anybody have any questions on any of the components in the build? Thank you. I'm going to try to convince my wife to let me buy one. You quoted me. Awesome. I know I'm a firm believer in asking for forgiveness than permission, so usually somehow works out. My wife is over here chuckling. So I don't think she likes that. Now this is the D590 Gaming Force by MSI, and let me tell you, this thing is badass. Look at that thing. Look at the heat sink going across the top here. I'm just mesmerized myself. Once new stuff drops in the fall, sign me up. Yeah. So that is kind of like the problem with anybody that's trying to buy a computer right now, because everybody's going through the, should I buy a computer now or should I wait for the new stuff to come out? And I mean, if you look back the last 2 or the last couple of years, you're going to notice that the last few drops, so to speak, they have not been exactly on time. So what I mean by that is they'll say they're releasing everything, say, in September of 2022. It probably won't actually be released until, you know, a few months later. So now you're looking at more of like a year. At least that's what's been going on with the chip shortage. Most of the time, I guess last year they actually did it, but you could see that the actual quantity of available product was so low that it caused a ripple effect and prices just to skyrocket, and then it stayed like that for a long time. I think they're going to try to avoid that, or make it so that it's more available wider or more widely available off the launch. But again, I can only assume or guess or just go off of what information I have. So who knows what's going to actually happen. But yes, you're right up against that time frame of, should I do it now or should I wait? The beauty of PC and their components right now is most of them are holding at least their MSRP value. So you'll be able to resell things if you needed to upgrade or get to the newest stuff. That is the beauty of it. Well, trying to get these peel-offs off with gloves. Great. Normally I don't have a problem, but this one glove on my right hand is just giving me all sorts of headaches. Alright. There we go. Now let me grab for Hispanic wife, not so much. But just to be quick. Yeah. I can't help you there, Fallen TV, sorry. Once the new stuff drops, yep. Big gains, yep. Always forgiveness and permission. Yeah, so about the big gains on the performance. So yes, there are, I think NVIDIA was showing huge gains on the shaders, the shader clocks, and I think one other thing that was made, like, stood out majorly. So you're probably going to look at like 20 to 30, maybe even more percent gains there in performance. You're drooling? I know, I'm drooling too. I've been drooling at I've been looking at this for like over a week while I was painting the thing. Fall, summer 2024. Okay. Yeah. That's kind of what it equates to, is if you want something MSRP that's released in 2022, you'll get it at MSRP in 2024. Kind of the name of the game right now. So, let's go ahead and get this CPU mounted or installed, and then we'll do the RAM. I think the light is kind of reflecting there a little bit awkwardly. Doing that on purpose. All right, and here's our Intel i9 11900K that's going to go in here. Anybody that's installing a CPU, especially Intel, it's very important to understand that your pins are not on the back of the CPU. Your pins are on your motherboard. Very important to be careful when installing, because you can bend those pins very easily. Trust me, not easy to fix. So if you drop that CPU into that socket, you're pretty much just going to go buy a new motherboard or try to RMA it, but it's going to delay your build, and it sucks. So don't do that. Very expensive mistake. Alright, so now we're going to do the RAM. This is the Trident Z Royal by G.Skill. Try not to destroy the packaging here, because it's royal. Requires a royal touch. So the packaging, like I mentioned, is beyond excessive, but it comes with its own towel to wipe your fingerprints off the RAM. Why I'm wearing gloves, because if you touch this, your fingerprint's just going to automatically stick to it, and then the oil from your skin will erode metal. So it's always best to handle the Trident Royal with gloves. These are 32 gigabyte sets, I believe. I'm with here at 3600 megahertz. Let me double check that. It's 32 gigabytes total. Sorry, it's 16 gigabyte sets that we went with, but I mean, crap ton of RAM. Regardless, the fact that it's Trident Z Royal was not cheap. You can see again the packaging, kind of overkill, but that's because it's still Trident Z Royal. That's one set. We have two sets that we're working with today. Again, these are 16 gigabyte sets, 8 gigabytes per stick, total of 32 gigabytes at 3200 megahertz. It's 32 gigabytes total. Sorry, I should have mentioned that earlier. I work with so many different estimates, builds. Sometimes I have to go back and rinse my own sanity. Make sure I'm accurate, right? So we're treating this Royal RAM with royalty. White glove. All right. Now for the SSD. This is going to go up here in this top slot. This right here, barely one index finger, is 2 terabytes of M.2 Gen 4. A lot of storage in a little teeny tiny thing. Back in my day, didn't even dream about 2 terabytes exist. We were just happy when we got to a gigabyte. We're gonna need the stud that I think I'm doing packaging. That is this little guy right here. Not sure if you can see it or not, but little guy in this package. This is a girl. So if you are going to put your own SSD in, you buy a 2280, which is the most common size. That's physical size. You're going to put your stud, if you don't have one already on the motherboard, on the 80 mark. Just so you're aware if you ever do this on your own. Any of our builds will come with the studs. Sometimes we'll have them pre-installed on the motherboard. If not, then it will be in your packaging with your extra screws. Then there's going to be a little M.2 screw. This little M.2 screw is what you'll use to secure the SSD to the motherboard in the slot. Alright guys, I need 1 second. I have somebody dropping a computer off that needs an upgrade real quick, so give me like 5 minutes or so. Sorry about that. Just a drop off. I do a lot of local builds here in Michigan, and also a lot of service and upgrades here. So I get a lot of people that contact me to help upgrade or any of that good stuff on their current system. Just a drop off so that we can get him up to date. He's going, that customer is also going from a, what was it? An Intel i5 4th generation on DDR3 RAM, and a solid state SATA SSD with a GTX 1050 Ti to a i7 10th gen M.2 SSD and an RTX 3060. So he's going from like 5 miles an hour to 100 miles an hour. That guy's going to be stoked with his build. All right, here we go. We've got our GPU installed. We've got our Trident Z, 32 gigabytes of RAM installed. Then we have our M.2 drive installed with the heatsink on it as well. And this bad boy looks ready to go. The last thing I really want to do before we... Yeah, I'll do that next. After. I was going to say, I could put the mounting brackets on the socket for the AIO. I'm going to do that. I'm going to pull the case out and carefully case out. And we can get the motherboard mounted. And also all the fans and the AIO, all that good stuff. There we go. So if you have a higher end motherboard, most likely the back plate's going to be already mounted to the motherboard or mounted already on the motherboard there. Make sure you take that peel, if it has it, off before you put it on. Or before you mount the motherboard, because let me tell you, it's a pain in the butt to deal with after it's already mounted, and it just looks like crap. So we're just going to make sure all of our studs are where they're supposed to be before we drop this in there. There. That is the beauty of a Leon Lee case. Everything just fits perfectly. This bad boy is definitely looking better by the second. Starting to look like a PC. So Steph, what game are you going to be working first? What are you playing first on this thing? What's your immediate go-to? I'm just curious to see what you're playing first. Carve Out. Escape. I've actually played that one a few times with my buddy Metal Spring. He's the one that actually got me to try it. I never thought I was going to get into it. And at the same time, I knew if I got into it, I'd get into it. Like, I'd stop building computers and only play that game. And I tried it once, and I could feel it, the addiction. So I walked away. But that game is a awesome, addictive game. And there's a lot to it. I think that's why I'm most attracted to it. I haven't really played it since. Because it is a game where you have to grind. Hey Mern, how's it going? That is a grinder game, and I don't have the time to grind. Alright, so we've got all the screws in the motherboard here mounted. So the motherboard is now secure to the case, which is great. And next, I guess we could focus on the fans. This is going to be probably the most boring part, doing all these fans, because there's so many of them, and it's just repetitive. In the car, go to the bachelor party. Wanted to show some quick love and share YouTube community. I appreciate you, Mern. Everything you've done. Mern's been a huge help with helping us grow. And I just want to say thank you very much to Mern for everything he's done for us. He's been a great person to work with. Yeah, and I am still expecting those bachelor party tweets, because if there's no crazy tweets, then we know it's not a good bachelor party. Did you plan the bachelor party, Martin, or were you not the best man, or how did that work out? These are the fans we're working with, which are Diesel CF120 pluses. Beautiful. The only downside is you have these little twisties that you have to do. You have to undo each cable. You didn't plan it? That's okay. Yeah, Toby, if I got into that game, I don't think I'd be able to get out. That's the problem. I'm scared. So with fans in a case, it is very important to understand which direction the airflow is going on your fan before you mount it. So if you mount the fan backwards and your intention is to pull air in, for example, from the bottom we want intake, because hot air rises, and the side we want intake, because again, hot air rises. So we're going to draw air in on the side and the bottom, intake, and the top up here is going to be our exhaust. All the airflow as hot air rises. Going to be intake, and up to the top is out. That is the direction of our airflow. So it's important to make sure that you are installing the fans the correct direction for the airflow. So for example, the air on this fan is going to go, this is your, I guess you could say, exhaust. So if it's like this, it's exhausting. Like this, it's, so it's important to understand the direction of airflow on a fan. There's definitely a better way to explain that, but in a quick way, Steph, I want you to understand that the fans will be installed correctly. Hey Emily Joan, how's it going? Been a while. We're going to start mounting these bottom fans, which you're probably not going to see much of here. Again, it's probably going to be the most boring part of the stream, besides the cable management, unless you are a perfectionist like me and enjoys the satisfying feeling of that. So how are you doing, Emily Joan? I'm just dealing with more of these twist ties that I mentioned. Are, again, probably my least favorite part. I like the clean packaging, but that is just, when you're doing like 80 of them, I guess I could just cut them. But then you risk accidentally cutting the fire. Trying to give you a better view. More twist ties. How exciting. But this thing is already still just a beast. It's just a beast. We haven't even gotten started yet. I just love the look of that motherboard. That thing is just fancy. I think MSI did a really good job on the design there. That cable is going to kind of be routed down here. And I'll have a zip tie clean it up a little more. Clean up all from here. Till then, cables are just gonna hold there for a second. All right, there we go. Grab my bag of zip ties. I've got quite a few different stations that I built at. I don't know why I haven't made separate purchases, so I don't have to keep stuff around, but oh. That looks clean. Yeah, I know. I love how the case ended up. Really ended up nice. Like it a lot. I think I'm just partial to anything Army. Oh yeah. I mean, you're in the service, aren't you? You're kind of tied to it. We're starting on with the next set of fans. Another set that's going to be installed vertically here on the side. Also going to be intake. You want to keep much cool air going into the system as possible. So we've got another set of 3 fans here to install. More twisties to undo. I'm sorry. That's probably the most, again, boring part of the stream. But it comes with the job. I could probably undo these before the stream so it's less boring for you guys. But I wanted you to endure my pain. And the lighting is just so weird. Like if I'm here, the camera picks up my face weird. And it saturates it, but then I back up and it auto corrects. I'll have to play with that. Also going to probably redo the entire stream setup here so that you have another view of me building, so it's not just the face down view and then the head cam here. I just need to plan it and buy everything and put it together. But it would give you guys another perspective of the build, which would be kind of cool. Then I could switch through a couple different scenes, which would be kind of cool while we're sitting here twiddling with these twist ties. I'm just doing them all at once right now, just to get them out of the way. But yeah, a new perspective would be just adds a nice touch to Main Street, honestly. Kind of moves people around, give you a different view. Alright, so for this one, I need to kind of do it on its side like this, or standing up, should I say, in order to mount the fan here. I could probably do it this way, hold the fan. More difficult, but at least you can see what I'm doing. Again, airflow is important, so make sure we're putting the fan on the right direction, which is, we want this intake, so the fan's air is going to be sucked in here, back, and then pushed into the case. That's kind of what we want. Wires pushed through in their respective places. Route these cables through holes. Kind of see the cable presence growing on the back side of the build, right? Gonna get worse. Okay though. Normal. And I like to start with the bottom fan here. Get everything up. And then before I finish it off or tighten these screws down, I like to get them all lined up that they are at least set on the front side. So after I get a couple of these screws into each fan, I'm going to flip it over and take a look at it, make sure it's good. They're a cooling system as well. Well, I mean, cooling system is fans. I think what you're asking about is water cooling. Yes, there is liquid cooling in this system. It is a 360 millimeter AIO. What AIO is all in one. So it is not a custom open loop water loop, which is much more expensive. It's plus $1,000 for the right cooling for this size of build. So it would have been another $1,000 on this build. But the plus side of having an AIO versus the open loop is you don't have the every 6 months drain the loop, refill the loop maintenance. And that's what a lot of people don't understand with the open loop, which is that custom water loop or water cooling, is you have that maintenance involved, which you have to do. If you don't do it, then it's not going to do the job right. This looks good here. I like how these fans are lined up. So yes, there is a cooling system, which is a question regarding cooler. This is going to be a 360 millimeter AIO. This big bad boy right here. So it's got 360 millimeters of radiator with 3 120 millimeter fans on it. That's definitely going to keep it nice and chill. Oh, my coffee's getting cold. Alright, so these fans look good. I'm actually going to get the rest of the screws in. And then we can actually move on to the radiator. Love how these fans line up so nicely. Fancy. So close to asking for forgiveness. Yeah, most of my big purchases, just shrug your shoulders and be like, I don't know what happened. Something took over me. I need to go see a doctor. By the way, guys, Saturday, the first Saturday of every month here in Lake Orion, Michigan, the local siren goes off as a test. Because it's a test. So right now, if it's picking it up on the mic, I apologize. And also, my dog is howling at it. So I got to pull this panel off in order to get to the back plate of the motherboard. It's actually going to be a struggle. Or that's going to be a challenge. I'll see what I can do. Challenge because I should have put this panel on before I put the board in. So the thing I'm talking about, there's a back plate for the CPU, and it's blocked. This back plate needs to go on the back side of the motherboard. And generally I can get the hard drive tray, which is on the back side, out, that I can install that back plate. But in this case, because of the paint job, I can risk damaging the paint to pull that off. It was quite a predicament. I might have to pull the motherboard back out is all. Gonna prep this back plate. I knew I should have done this, so I thought about it, contemplated. I was like, nah, I can make it work. And then I just took a look at it and it's not gonna work. Gonna look first. I just don't want to risk damaging the paint to undo a couple screws. I mean, if I do, I can always touch it up. That's the problem with doing custom tabs is when you're screwing and unscrewing things, paint sometimes comes off. Yep. Hello? What are you doing? Sure. No big deal. Just one of those moments you start smacking your forehead like, a double check. Okay. This back plate, you just slide it on the back side, and now you'll see I have 4 studs here, which is the mounting for the water cooler. I just lost it. I gotta get it lined back up. Now with the problem solved. Steph's probably watching the stream like, why are we going backwards? Now he's questioning his investment. I mean, I don't blame him, I would too. What? Bye. My daughters are leaving. Oh, you're staying? Okay. My daughter and wife is in. Okie dokie. I don't know if you have any kids yet, but amazing how your priorities in life change. Oh yeah. Oh, badass that looks. Hulk, you're coming over? I mean, geez. I've got a couple of things that have been sitting here waiting for you, Hulk, for a while now. You said you were coming to get this, like, I don't know, a month or 2 ago? If you want to come over, feel free to. It's kind of cool. Hulk PR is here locally. So you can actually just show up. Yeah. All right. Now we got to get the fans mounted to the radiator, which is this big bad boy. And we want to mount them correctly so that the wires are facing the right direction. And that means, I'm just pointing out myself here, wires are going on this side. I'm going to kind of try to set this aside here. Without destroying the case. And this is going to go mounted in here on the top like so. But we need the fans, the wires on this side, and we also need it to be intake. So now we're reversed. Wires are going to be on this side, and the air is pushing through it. This is exhaust. Hot air rises on the top. You could mount this radiator in this case on the side, which were those fans that I have floating vertically right now. So I prefer and found that you gain better cooling performance when you mount the radiator on the top. and I believe it's because of all the extra cool air and the pressure pushing the air, because this is a very well ventilated but well sealed case. So you've been forgetting everything trying to finish the house? Yeah, I know, man. You've been telling me that you've been redoing all of that over there. Sounds like a huge project. I would try to come over and help, but I'm just kind of flooded with builds. I can't even redo my own floor. I'm supposed to do my floor in here, and I have all the floor here. I just don't have the time to do it. I'm probably going to hire somebody to do it. I just don't have the time. It also impacts my where I'm building, because the floor is here where I'm building. I'll have to, pick a dead time, which right now there is no dead time. At least that's what it feels like. So I'm gonna undo some more twisties. This is our favorite part of the stream, people. Try to just cut them. Points, I'm sick of them. So many twisties. There's got to be a better technology out there, better than these twisties. No, all good, brother. My company got bought, so I've been moving from offices to my office as well, so I have no time to do anything. Yeah, I hear you. That's just the story of my life. But you know what? If I didn't have anything to do, I'd probably lose my mind and be in a cuckoo house. Or I would somehow turn into a crazy cat guy. Not that there's anything wrong with being a cat person, but I'm talking like 50 cats in a house type of scenario. That's probably what would happen. Even though I don't care for cats too much. We have a cat, but, you know. Alright, so now that we have our fans prepped, so to speak, we are going to mount these bad boys to the radiator. All three of these 120mm PWM addressable RGB fans are going to be cooling this 300mm quite nicely. Going to keep that Intel i9. Or whatever stuff is using. Speculating or guessing. I just got a dog and she is driving me crazy. Is it a puppy? going from Rochester to Novi, Southfield in the same year. Wow. Yeah, that's a crazy drive. Anybody that's local here in Michigan will understand that driving that round trip or switching it up like that, big difference in traffic going those directions from where he's coming from. But anyway, your dog, is she a puppy? Those are Pester patients, 9 months old. Oh gosh. She at least potty trained already? I remember that with our dog, Mr. Max. He was easy to potty train, but he was a big baby about it. I don't know why we... Okay, last through. 4 times 3. All of them. And now we are ready to mount this bad boy top of the case. Want to quick push these wires through their respective holes in the case, that we don't have to try to do it while it's already mounted. Tight corridor. I have fat fingers, don't like it. And so I will plan ahead, unlike I did with the back plate for the seat block, and get the cables to these holes. That's easy. We are almost there. Promise. When I say almost there, not the build. Although we're making some good progress here. We'll probably need to take a quick break. Heard my phone ring 1,000 times. So we'll get this mounted, and we'll probably take a quick break, probably 5 minutes or so, and we'll come back and it is quite difficult. I'm going to try to move this over here so you can kind of see what I'm doing. But now we have 12 of these little screws that we're going to put here on the top. Trying to center this up so it looks nice on the back side. But while I'm holding it down below, I'm going to start at least screws on each corner opposite of each other so that it can hold it, and I'll be able to faster for these in. Yeah, she's good, but only issue is it's being alone, so when I have to go out to work, it will destroy everything. Oh, she's one of those attention seekers. Acts out. Yeah, we had to nip that with our dog real quick because he was doing the same thing. When we leave, he would just go do whatever he wants and tear up things and make a mess of the couch, for example, like, those YouTube videos you see all the time of dog where you come home and you're like, "What did you do?" And then he's like, "Nothing, man. It just exploded." So that was our dog as well, Mr. Max. He did the same thing. So our fix for that was to kennel him when we left. And what that did, or what that does, is train them to lay down while you leave. So now, he doesn't need to be in the kennel when we leave. And when we leave, he doesn't like I said, he doesn't need to be kenneled, and he just lays down and takes a nap. Literally hibernates when we're gone, which, you know, I kind of feel bad, but I mean, he moves around, but he doesn't get into it. He's not as mischievous as he was before. Where's my helper today? She is playing Roblox right next to me. We actually just built her computer. Hulk Pierre's asking about my daughter. Where's my helper? My other helper. So we just built her computer, or her new computer, so to speak, right after Christmas. So I gave her the full experience of going to Micro Center, picking out all the parts, and then actually forcing her to build it too. And the poor girl, by the time we got to mounting the radiator to the case, which is what we're doing right now, took us from like 7 o'clock in the evening all the way to midnight to get to that point, which is, you know, her first time building, and she's young, so she was learning, and I was teaching her things and explaining things, and it took a while. But I look over as I was talking about installing it, I look over and she's asleep on the ground. So she fell asleep. I didn't know my builds were that boring. But anyway, all good. Got to experience build quite detailed. Okay, we're gonna have to pull those wires through, but we'll deal with that a little bit. And this will be mounted probably like that right here. Kind of the idea. We got a nice little piece of plastic here. We're gonna wipe this paste off here. I don't know if you can see that or not. I guess make sure there's no light shining on it. But there's paste on here that comes pre-applied. We don't use that crap. We use the thermal. We use Thermal Grizzly, which is probably the best stuff on the market for any type of high-end components. So, anyway, this part of the stream, I am going to take a quick break. I do have to check a couple of calls that just came in, because I am running a business on my own while I'm trying to stream. So let me take a quick break here, but we're going to come back, and what we're going to do is mount this bad boy to the CPU with Thermal Grizzly thermal paste, and then really the next steps are getting the motherboard or case cables plugged into the motherboard, and mounting the graphics card, and getting the power supply installed, cable extensions. So there's not a whole lot left, but we probably have an hour left of work here, doing it right. So let me take a quick break, and I'll be right back. I also need to warm up my coffee because I don't like drinking ice cold black coffee. Be right back. And we're back. Sorry about that. And holy crap, it's picking up my voice very loudly. The comments. Small world. How far away is that? Eric? Alex? Oi, Ayo! Hizai, the camo guy. Hey, camo guy, if anybody needs the camos grind, Alex is your guy. The camo guy. Kobe Manning, this build is looking sweet though. What up? What up? Hey Ben, Eric Jones, what's up? Then it's taking a few calls. Yep, thanks Hulk for mentioning that. I just ripped my glove. Yes, sir. I had a memories on Facebook yesterday. It's been 3 years since we met. Nice. Is that 3 years for us or 3 years for Eric? Because it's been absolutely crazy how far we've come in the last 3 years. 3 years ago, I think I just launched the website and was building mostly for Marketplace, Facebook Marketplace. Still, I've been building for years. Like, for example, and previously we were known as Budget Builders. So we went from Budget Builders to now a brand, which is Empower Gaming Computers. So there's a lot of history that actually goes back. For us, it was a pick of the first, the PC. The first PC, yep. That one was, again, we were budget builders, so that was the primary theme, was to build the best bang for your buck PC, at least at the time. That was like the theme that we were always building with, and I wanted to move on to a higher quality product all the time. So now we're really known for just high-end PC. But we still do budget options, you know, for people that want to start playing gaming, PC gaming, start PC gaming and see how it is. But for the most part, most of our builds are pretty high-end. So wipe this off. Didn't need any alcohol on this because it hasn't had any heat to it, so it's going to be pretty wipe off here, nice and clean. Looks like it might have been well. It came out pretty good. We want to make sure that's off. We're going to put that thermal grizzly on it. And then we've got these little brackets that we have to install on the sides. Yeah, for sure. When we went from a $500 PC to a $2,000 PC really quick. Yeah, once you learned the important, especially if you're streaming or trying to stream, how important it is to have a high-end CPU and graphics card for it, you'll make that switch pretty quick. It was a great start though. Crazy part is when you came out to my house like at 2 a.m. I was spoiled. That was the hustle back then, man. I'll still do it today too. If something's happening to a streamer's build, they need something quick, call me, I'll answer. Unless I'm dead asleep. If I'm dead asleep, then I won't answer. But if I'm up, I will help. Actually, something I want to start looking into more is not only building computers, but supporting, you know, not only our computers, but other computers as well. So, for example, if somebody has a high priority stream and needs support all the time, or doesn't have the knowledge around the computers and needs help, we can offer a service that helps. We already do that. We have remote services. You don't have to be physically here. We can remote into the computer for it. We can remote into the computer to support you if you need help. So, lots of options. I've helped quite a few streamers already. Queen Eliminator was one that needed a bit of help with their Meta PC. Got a new piece from Meta and having some issues where it was crashing in Warzone all the time. And ended up being a problem with the CPU. So we took a look at it and we determined that was a big problem, especially for the quality of build that she had. You should not have CPU thermal issues. Yes, the remote services is a saving grace, and it's also extremely efficient for us because we can be in many different places of the world all at one time. So I could support, 3 different people all at the same time, which is awesome. Alrighty. We just just applied our thermal grizzly to the CPU, and I'm getting this block on the CPU. Oh boy, it's going to fight back. Now it's important with Intel CPUs, actually Intel and AMD, but it's important to distribute this, excuse me, actually battling a mixture of allergies as we enter the spring, and also a slight cold. I apologize about my voice and constantly having to cough or sniff. But it's important with these Intel and AMD CPUs to get the load distribution, which is the amount of pressure that you're applying to correctly. I like to have mine tight. On the CPU, just to make sure that it's has a good solid connection. But what's happening underneath while we tighten these is the CPU applying pressure to the pins, and you want to have that pressure there, because if you don't, or if it's uneven, then the CPU may not be completing the connection correctly, and it could actually cause the computer to actually function, but when you have it under a load, it can blue screen. So it's important to have this correct, or even, at least at minimum pressure. Want the pins to be 100% connected. Awesome. And then I'm going to finish up with these are thumb screws as well, but I'm going to finish up with a little bit of a hand tighten, just so I know and feel the pressure. This isn't normally what people do, but this is a tactic I use. But it feels pretty good here. All the way around, it feels even. Very nice. I am satisfied with it, so I am confident that we have a pressure across the... AMD's a little bit different. They have pins, which is actually changing here. But they have pins on the actual CPU which go into a socket on the motherboard, whereas Intel has the pins on the motherboard. So with this, you got cables coming off the pump here. So I'm going to try to route the underneath the motherboard here. Try to tuck these cables in and hide them. I don't like cables obviously around inside the front side of the case. To do that, I'm going to undo these top screws and slide it under. Before we put these screws on, we also are going to put the CPU fan header on, and also the addressable RGB water cooler. Normally MSI side. Nope. And our RGB connection is going to go on the back side there. That's where the connection is going to be. You did a few remote services at the beginning. I won't trust anyone else. Thanks. Right. Guess it doesn't really matter. It's all the same. All right, so we've got a fan hub here, which is a PWM fan hub. All this is doing is taking the connection from the seat fan header, which is over here, and we're going to run it to the back side so we don't have 3 fan connections going to the motherboard on the front side. And it also allows motherboard to control the speed of all 3 of these fans at once, rather than trying to control them separately. Weird. So we're going to be plugging that in, and we're going to route it under the motherboard as well, so the wire stays nice and tucked away. How's everything going? We did side of the road shots. Oh boy. And now back on the... Why isn't my chat scrolling? Now back on the road. I could have assumed that's what I said, but wanted to make sure it wasn't. So Mern is back on the road. You're kind of loosened up now, Mern. You know, you could feel those crazy Twitch posts coming on. Feel them now. The Mern is currently at a bachelor's party and are awaiting those precious, crazy tweets that happen during a bachelor party. Also, let me know if you're going to get a tattoo across your face. I have some recommendations of a logo that you can put across your face. I'm joking. I know. Yeah. Pardon my head of back of it. Got that there. And then the last piece we need is our RGB cable, which is going to control the addressable RGB for our pump and our 3 fans on the top. And this is going to be plugged into the motherboard directly, which is going to allow Mystic Light by MSI to control the addressable RGB. Like that hat. When should I expect one? When they actually have these things in stock. So I vetted 3 different types of hats from 3 different types of companies, all of which, this one was the only one that lasted more than 6 months if you wear it all the time. That didn't wear out, like the elastic, for example. The elastic here, correct, because it is a breathable hat, mesh. But this is the only one that didn't, 1, change colors, 2, it didn't stretch out, and 3, just the quality of it was so much better. And they're always out of stock, so every time I go to try to put an order in, when they are in stock, it comes back and says, "Oh, sorry, we had to cancel your order because they're out of stock." It's like the only ones they have are like super small or extra small. Oh, Ben, I don't know if you saw the comment, but I'm Divinity. Yes, Alex, I know you're the camel guy. So if anybody needs camos, which is, I'm sure he could probably better explain what he does, but basically focuses on getting your skins upgraded for you. How's the vibe? The vibe is good. We're just pounding away at this. I'm sure Steph has fallen asleep by now, watching. But right now we just completed all the top connections here. Next, we're gonna get the rest of the motherboard connections here, including these fans, the case, and all that good stuff. And then we can actually move on to the more fun stuff. Actually, it's less fun. This is probably the next most exciting part is probably going to be the graphics card. That'll probably be the highlight for everybody. The RTX 3090. It is kind of a beast, so I would expect everybody would want to watch that piece. Actually, before I move forward and forget to put these screws in, I'm going to put... I've never shipped them without, but I've almost shipped them. I'm sitting there packaging this bad boy up. Not this one, but one before. A couple of them. Actually, I think it was Mern's. And I almost forgot to put these two. Oops. I'm human. I love stuff like this, dude. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Thank you. I appreciate, you popping in, jumping on, and shouting out. Oh yeah, I'm gonna leave the plastic for Steph to pull, so he can pull it. I'm gonna pull the inside because there's both an inside film and an outside film for the plastic protection on the glass. But I'll leave Steph to do it. Oh yeah, I'm doing your build right now, Hulk. Oh yeah. I didn't know I was doing yours either, actually. But I mean, you keep asking me about prices on things. Waiting a while. It's happening though, right? I'm just yanking your chain. Hulk, don't worry about it. I know. Plastic is so satisfying. Just the sound of it as you peel it away. For some reason, I can't get my fat fingers in this hole. I don't really have, fat fingers. They're big bone. What my mom told me. Yes. I think I have a bigger problem with getting into tight places when I'm working on cars than I am working on. This has been a ongoing theme with. I want to go to this fan probably. This is the fan head, the hub for the 6 case fans. we're going to split that between two different tubs. Because number one, we have them. Number two, we can control different speeds on this set of fans and different speeds on this set of fans. So we can tell the motherboard, for example, if we want the bottom ones to run faster, we can tell the motherboard to do that with a fan curve. Yeah, so this is what your case is going to be, the Lian Li 011 Dynamic, except white. If you want custom paint, we can even do custom paint. We could stay with white and go with black Infinity on here if you wanted to, something like that. But I don't really want to make this a sales pitch right now. I want to keep this on Steph's build. I'm trying really hard not to. Just natural for me. Sorry, Steph. And I'm not really a sales guy either. I just like building computers. Especially this type of computer. It's my favorite. What if I want purple with my face on it? Well, Fallen TV, if you want purple with your face on it, I can make that happen. We can definitely put purple on your case with your face on it. If you want like a metallic purple, so it's a little shiny, got a shine to it, we could do that. And then make a chalk version of your face so it's kind of chalky and it'll stand out nicely. Out. All right. So I'm going to run these cables on the backside through the motherboard or through the case holes. This will be for the front panels, such as your power button or front audio or your USB-C. Front panel USB, which is kind of awesome, as USB-C becomes more popular. And I'm going to complete these connections well where I can. This is your USB-C I plugged in right here, front panel. It's also important when you buy a case, it has front panel, different front panel options. Be aware of that and make sure your motherboard has those connections, or you're going to find yourself connections on the front or top that don't work. Always pay attention to that when you're buying a case and a motherboard and making sure everything works together. Or you could just have us do all that, and then they'll just all work. That one back over. Audio. Their front panel 8. Back left bottom corner. Bottom left corner. I'm excited to get back into gaming, but more excited to start doing comeback or come CAD work. Start doing some CAD work and 3D printing at home. I need to hurry up and get a piece. Yes, you do. Sorry, guys, I haven't had enough coffee. Hasn't been the first half yet. One thing I hate about Crispy 3 on the bottom, especially in this case, very tight connection. Really wish we had an option side, which most SI boards have. Damn, that's tight. That is a tight fit. Might have to look for a elbow on that one. Okay. Now the last piece is going to be our power button. Tim Hortons, or you make it at home. Oh, as much of a fan as I am of Timmy Ho's, I make my coffee here at home. So I definitely enjoy Timmy Ho's. Hortons. Coffee is good. But I mean, all I drink is black coffee now. So no reason to go get a fancy, you know, what my grandpa would call coffee. I just drink black, and it's mostly because of the dairy, like a creamer, other options, and the sugar as well. I can't drink that much sugar in the morning. I'd be better off just doing cocaine. Probably healthier. Nope. All right, we got all of our front side connections done. Yeah, G feels pretty good. And there's a couple of other supplement options or other options out there similar to G Fuel that are good as well. So I still try to drink, or not try to, but I still like to drink Red Bull, but I'm starting to like really switch over to a sugar free, sugar free kind of Red Bull or other energy drink, just because of the sugar. Just too much. But the caffeine is what I'm looking for. Pretty soon, everything else is going to be so unhealthy, it's better to just do all natural cocaine. I keep going back to that. I don't know why. So we're gonna get this bad boy. Get that bad boy plugged in. That's a big box for a big cot. Watch, it doesn't fit. Oh. All these manuals and other parts of the build are all going in a box that is going to be um, shipped with the computer. So you have literally everything that comes with this. Um, but a nice bracket that comes with the card here, which does have addressable RGB on it. That's going to be installed here, and that's going to be a support bracket. That's nice. it. They got some screws that come with it, which is awesome. But the weight of this card is so heavy that it actually does need that support bracket. Lian Li actually makes a really nice support bracket that hides up in the back. And I'm just going to have those in stock probably going forward because I'm going to use more and more often. But here we are. An RTX 3090 that barely fits in this case. This thing is massive. And I'm sure none of us here hear that a lot, but this thing is massive. Look at this thing. Like, and the weight of it alone probably weighs about the same as a single lower end computer, like your entry level gaming. That's about the same weight of it. I want to describe that. There's a quick peel off. That one was for you, Alex. Oh, just look at that. That shine. So beautiful. This thing is amazing. All right, so we're going to put it in this top slot here, but we also need to get that bracket installed. This one is probably going to go... Why? Why would they put the cable here? Put it on it, but it's okay. We'll work with it. Which reminds me, I'm going to actually do something here because we need a split. Split that. All right, just look. Splitter. Okay. So pretty. What is that on top? Can add more cooling? Let me look at that. Hold on. So this on top, I'm assuming this is what you're asking about. This is actually the bracket. They had to actually put a metal bracket on here for the tension of the hold on onto the PB. So this is to ensure there is a evenly distributed pressure on the core of the graphics card. That is not to add extra cooling now. That's what you're about. All about having in distribution. Trying to get through a staple. So because that, I actually didn't know that bracket came with addressable RGB on it, but because it does, and we're going to make it light up, I just needed a splitter, split the connection on the bottom of the motherboard here. So I had to go get a splitter. This way we could split it between the fans and that bracket. Deepcool uses different connection. And then with the splitter plugged in, actually it'll give it more options. Adds any more addressable RGB. Has the headers to without having to do what I'm doing right now. Makes it easy for him and the we're used to. You know, I'm plugged in. Finally. Awesome. All right. Okay. Everybody calm down. No, your 3080 I think had the back plate covering it, or it was just open and the screws had spring tension on them. So if you looked at the screws that are screwed onto that same pattern that we were just looking at, the screws probably had a spring load on it. But with this being a 3090, it's got a much bigger heatsink, so there's a lot more weight pulling down on it. So it needs more tension to make sure it's tight, so to speak. This is probably going to end up right here, like this, to hold the graphics card. But we're going to put the graphics card in and then install this, just to make sure we have the right positioning. I was slightly wrong. I was one slot off, so I'm glad I put this in there first. But I mean, look at how massive this thing is. This is a pretty large case, guys. I want to throw that out there. It may not look like it, but this thing is just. And the beauty of this case, I'll kind of point this out really quick. But you have a fan right here, and then you have all this intake right here and right here on the bottom. So your GPU is getting a direct bang, like, pow, here's some cold air, you know, all around. And then the hot air moves up, and then you have more cool air right here, which is circulating here, and then it goes through radiator. So it's not going through like super hot. So much cool air hitting this, and it's just going to stay nice and chill without having to water cool it. Yeah, I know, I get that a lot. That's almost the size of my. Is this is that three VGA slots? No, this is, well, yeah, technically. So it's not actually screwing into three, but it's using two for the screws. But yes, this thing is using up a total of three slots physically. It is a beast. If I were to stand this up, it would sag. I mean, you could feel it. And Steph, we are going to be shipping this bad boy not plugged in. We might even have to ship it separately if it does not fit in the case. But that is to protect the card and also protect the slot on the motherboard, especially with these heavier cards. They like to vibrate in during shipping, and that just destroys the PCB on the card, destroys the slot on the motherboard. So we will most likely ship this separately, not plugged in, and it'll just take what we're doing right now to get it plugged in, which is slide it into the slot, put the two screws in. You may have to adjust the bracket, this bracket, and then you got 3 power connections, which will be laying right here. When we're done with the build, it'll just be laying here when we ship it, tied up so it's not bouncing around, or at least have something on it, not flying all over the place. But there will be packaging in here as well, and this will be shipped separately because we don't want a chance, obviously, this getting damaged or the motherboard slot getting damaged. Number one, I mean, I'd hate to ship you a product that gets damaged and then you can't use it out of the box, and it just takes more time to fix that. It costs more money for us, on us, which sucks, but it's what it is. So instead of going through all that for both you and I, we're going to ship the card unplugged, and when you receive it, you can assist over the phone with getting it plugged in. That's if you need the. So now I'm going to undo these 2 screws for the bracket. Having trouble with the paint right now. Stuck. Paint has been a weird type of paint. Uh, it's been kind of a pain to work with. Okay. Okay. At the end of the but trying to find a true army green that kind of matches what he was looking for was very difficult. Like a true army green color. And one that would, you know, work with heat. Because you can't just go get a wood paint and put it on here. For one, it's not going to go well with the metal or go to the metal very well. So this is kind of like a rubbery style paint. And it's peelable if you wanted to peel it off. It's nice to work with. At the same time, can be a pain. I'm trying to get the addressable RGB connection full. I don't know why this process right here has to be. Oh, we're going back to that, fingers, fat fingers not fitting in tight places, no matter how hard I try. And then once we get this mounted here, we will have to adjust it slightly. I think they sent specifics put in. So I'm going to get those out. I think they're a little bit longer. Not by much. They're actually about the same size. Too nice outside to stay home, so I'd probably stop by later. Awesome. Yeah, just come on by. I am here literally all day building. It's disgusting. Yes, I know. The 3 slots. Yeah, it's disgusting. I think I missed that. It's disgusting. I don't even have a three slot GPU. Like, who needs a 3 slot GPU? Like, oh, no, actually, everybody should have one. It's beautiful. Trying to get this bracket adjusted perfectly. So it looks nice. Yeah, there's your massive RTX 3090 installed. Yeah, just look at that thing. It's huge. All right. So now that that's done, we're gonna get our cables and power supply installed. Right? Yeah, look at that. It's just reflecting the light off my skin as I walk by. Crazy. Crazy, man. But I think in this scenario, because of the fans, we're going to try to go up and around this way. Cables. See how this is going to work. Might still be able to sneak behind. I just don't want to trap too much of the airflow under the Jeep. I mean, we could. That work. I don't know, Steph. Do you want it up or up and over, or tucked underneath here? Personally, I think it should go underneath. I don't know if you have a preference on the look, because it's basically what it's going to come down to. I can make this look nice under here and keep it from blocking up any of the airflow. I know Steph had some things planned out today, so I was trying to get the stream started a little earlier for him. Uh, but I think he may be playing for. Yeah, so we're going to use cable cone underneath. Okay, yeah, I agree with you. I think I think it'll look not only better, but it's going to be easier for me to route these cables as well. And we're going to use cable combs here, so it's going to look really nice. I'm just getting them started here. And I'll pull them back out and get the cable combs going. It just helps keep them organized as I can plan these cable routes. I will need more cable combs than what they provided, though, because we're going to use 24 on all three of these, just because we have three of them. Ah, Jesus. I got more combs. No, well, this is 32 gigabytes, so they're 16 gigabyte sets, 8 gigabytes each. There's four of them, so it's a total of 32 gigabytes. RAM, if that's what you're asking about. And regarding the video card, that is 24 gigabytes. And the solid state drive is 2 terabytes, Gen 4. And then if you have girls, um, like I do, got two girls, learn how to braid hair. It comes in handy when you're trying to braid uh, or do your cable sleeve. So how are you doing, Mel? How you doing? Cable combs. Trident Ram D. So pretty. It's royal. Only for royalty. No, it's for you, Alex. It's for you. Yeah, it's Triton Z Royal by G-Skill. Some of the top stuff out there. Honestly, I mean, you're mostly paying for the looks. The performance is good, but buy cheaper stuff that does the same thing. So you're literally paying for the brand and the series. Warming up the almost bedtime over here. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't want to think about bedtime yet. I'm not ready for it. I got too much to do before I could go to bed. And I'm the type of guy that won't go to bed until it's all done. Plus, I'm dying. Like, sick. Royal Ram looks so good. That's what I meant to say, LMAO. And questioned why I wanted it in my piece. Shake my head. I didn't question it. I just didn't want you to spend the extra money on having fancier looking RAM when you can buy it for cheaper that does the same exact thing. Oops. I just realized I'm using the wrong comb here. We're short. That was not intentional. I'm just trying to do you a solid, letting you know that you could buy the same performance for cheaper. But I know, I understand. It's pretty. And I like pretty things too. Tell me about it. When I build my PC, last part I needed came in at like 7 p.m., was up till 2 p.m., setting everything up. All nice. 2 a.m., yep. Yeah, it's just, same thing goes for like any type of work I do. That's my weakness. I'm an achiever. I want to get it done. And my sense of achievement will not be satisfied until it's done. Excuse me. Getting a dry throat. I'm going to need something else other than coffee. Where did I leave my coffee? Okay, let me tuck this in here. See how it looks. I'm pretty sure this is going to look badass no matter what I could build this totally wrong and it's still going to work. Look badass. Time. Yeah, these cables, they look freaking clean. All right, so now we're on to the 24 pin motherboard. By the way, this motherboard. Oh my gosh, hello. You're on a mission. So when you have as many siblings as I do, which I'm second oldest of 9, large family. Yeah, I know. Um, Siblings just walk in and out of your house freely whenever the hell they want to. Amazing. And then they're all goofy. So we all have to act goofy to one another. All right. I'm streaming. Still streaming. Vodka and what is that? Champagne. So am I supposed to go pick her up tomorrow or later? Okay. Sorry. My sister came to my house just to steal my vodka. I guess I won't have vodka tonight. Yeah, boss. Look. Wait. Oh yeah, AM. See the definitely bedtime. LOL. Yeah, yeah. BIOS took me the longest. Actually, the BIOS shouldn't be too difficult, especially nowadays. I don't know how long ago it is built yours, but BIOS is just getting easier and easier and easier as time goes on. I think the biggest difficult people had, especially back in the day, was like setting the boot priority and difference of a master and a slave. Don't know why they named it that, but they did. Uh, but the difference between a master or a slave storage or hard drive on an IDE channel, back when IDE was a thing, which IDE was a thing. That was your ribbon cable storage. But yeah, that is BIOS was probably more difficult then. I could totally understand. Nowadays, really all you got to do is fire it up and make sure if you're doing custom stuff to it, like specifics, then yeah, you'll have to go in there and make adjustments, things. Um, but overall, it does a pretty good job. Even if you didn't know anything about the computer or the BIOS, it does a pretty good job just getting it going nowadays for you without having to do too much. But yeah, there's still some settings you can play around with, which I'll be doing on this one. Uh, the tinkering with the XMP profile, make sure we can get the most out of it, especially with the Trident Z Royal. Up to its name. That thing looks like a damn school bus. Yeah, I know. It's just, but yeah. The 3090 is so huge. I know. I still can't get over how big the damn card is. It's uh, keep looking up at chat and then screwing up my cable, which I'm kind of doing here. I'm not just like face downing here, which is probably what it looks like. I'm just staring at my chest or something. I'm just trying to get these cable comes on the 24 pin. That thing looks and build this LOL 2 years ago. It was most likely the Hertz settings and the OC. Okay. Yeah, so like I said, if you're doing specifics like overclocks, then yes. It could be a little bit tedious, especially if you're not experienced around it. Hi, how are you?
Huh?
How are you?
Hi.
Good. All right, so this is our 24 pin, which is going to power our motherboard. Get that tucked in there nice and pretty. Assigning storage startup sequence. Yeah, that's the boot priority that I was talking about. You don't really have to do that now for the most part, with especially with the Windows um, UFI or whatever it is. Now, I know these things. I know them. I'm drawing a blank. I need more caffeine. And then for this motherboard, we have two 8-pin connections. So we're going to be doing both. This is so that if Steph decides that he wants to overclock his two, he will be able to do that and actually not be limited by how much power he's sending and make sure he has power. Hey, can you get me a Mountain Dew? Thank you. What? Yeah, we kind of. It's trying to sucker me into buying Jimmy John's. I'm hungry too. Thank you. Okay. Alrighty. Here's 8 pin number one. Let me lay this down so you can probably see it. Cool. And this connection is directly to power the CPU. Direct power to the CPU. How nice is that? Things so luxurious. No, all computers have that actually. Oh, and I'm what CPU? This is the sorry, I didn't see that in the chat right away. This is the Intel i9 11900K. So we've got the 8 cores, 16 threads, and a max turbo speed of 5.2 gigahertz out of the box. Very quick processor. I wish they would have followed AMD on this, but you know the i9 is kind of matched up with the Ryzen 9, so to speak, in performance, and the Ryzen 9 has more cores and threads and may have a slower core clock or turbo slash boost, but overall for multitasking, Ryzen probably took the by a small amount, not very big, but probably took the win on that on the performance. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here we have it. That is pretty much everything on the front side that we're going to see. Yeah, performance wise, they're pretty much even across the board. Yeah, they go neck and neck. Thing is a tank, very nice. Well, I mean, yeah, that's what you were looking for, like a Sherman type tank. You know, looks good. Yeah, performance wise, yep, definitely. They're pretty much like I was saying, even across. Huh? What? Army green. I mean, that's what this one is. This is Army Green that we have custom painted with his tag, his clan tag here. Okay, so that's pretty much everything we have here on the front side that we have to do. We're going to flip it over and get to the back side. And definitely get that power supply installed. Then we'll fire it up and see if it actually works. Just kidding. It'll work. Team AMD here. Yeah, I know I've been Team AMD for a while now too. But, I mean, I don't really personally care too much which one I use. They are so close now. But, I mean, I guess my preference, if I had to pick between the two, is going to be AMD. But I don't want this to turn into a blue versus red war at my go. Holy crap, there's wires. This is the probably most one of all cable management. And unfortunately, I'm going to do this before I start putting the power supply in, so it's just cleaner. More organized. Normally, I will do a lot of this extra work off stream, a lot of extra time. Now 2000s all. Hated doing that part. I got a fat case just so wires would fit in the back. Yep. Listen now. Not here can only bully me in my Mern chat. In Mern chat. Oh, me, Mern chat. So you can only bully in Mern's chat. Got it. Gosh, gulag, Gary. You guys are having your own thing going on, I see. Ben, can you let me be a mod for literally 2 seconds? I actually don't have any mods right now, so you guys can literally say what the hell you want, and it would take me the time to go walk over to my computer and fix it. So, yeah. But Intel, AMD, it doesn't really matter anymore. Or CPU. Yeah, it doesn't. Performance is so close. Doesn't make a big difference. Now, back in, like, I don't know, 2000, definitely like 2000 and 2008, and then their release after that, which was FX series. AMD. Intel definitely had the headwind performance over anything. Anything AMD had crash. I still ran AMD just because I was that person that didn't accept the fact that they sucked back then. I was a loyal believer. But in a way, because of us loyal believers, we made a competitive market for Intel. So Intel couldn't just build what they want and charge what they want. Now they have to compete with AMD, and they have to charge competitively. So, All right. So first thing I want to do is this plugged in up here for all the fans and the addressable RGB uh, for the for the IO. Then I would like to side fans, bottom fans, and then the power supply. That is how this is going down. For real. Yeah, AMD. Whoa. There's a lot going on here. No, there's not. I'm just crazy. Hulk is known. Hulk is known as always being in the gulag. The nickname he's stuck with. Oh, I see how it is. Not true. I barely get sent the gulag. If I do, I win all. Oh, yeah, and AMD he wasn't that good until like 3 years ago. I know. Um, I mean, honestly, they were so okay. The RX 400 series for AMD sucked. It was trash. Not good. Not compared to Intel or Nvidia anyway. Then they came out with the 500 series. Now that was actually a very nice budget graphics card series. Anything past like the 570 and the 580 were the only two good cards really that came out of that, especially when it came to a budget. Then, hey, don't go to the front. Don't go to the front. Then, after 500 series by AMD, they did the 5000 series, And in between that, I think they did a Vega. Uh, but the 500 series or the 5000 series ended up being kind of what was growing. That was their growth. You see, tell that they were getting better at their graphics cards because their 5700 XT actually wasn't a bad card, and they had plans for making a bigger card than that. But with the, uh, I think they just decided not. I can't remember the reason why they didn't make it, but I think they were planning like a 5800 and a 5900X, but they never made it. But then the 6000 series was released, and that is kind of what redeemed them, is the performance from those 6000 series cards, and also being able to pump them out and manufacture them, and for the most part, their prices as close to MSRP as possible. Still a little higher, but closer. That is kind of like a little bit of history on, and their new series that's coming is supposed to even be like 30-40% faster than what they have right now in the 6000 series. And Intel caught up with their CPUs. Yes, Intel with their 12th generation CPU is finally catching up, as well as being first to support DDR5 technically. Uh, so on mainstream, but their DDR5 support and the fact that their CPUs are bigger core count, everything everybody complained about when the 11th generation was released. They did a great job on the 12th gen so far. It's just a matter of watching how things work with DDR5 to make sure everything's compatible. And I'm kind of curious to see if there's any like major issues with it. But so far, nothing super big is standing out. At least anything for me to recommend not getting it. It's expensive or very expensive. I'm gonna go back after the stream here and probably clean this up a little more, but just so you guys don't fall asleep watching me, I'm gonna keep moving forward here. The stuff. This is not your final product for your awareness. Yeah, I mean, I'm not like totally biased against AMD or Intel. I'm very open-minded with them. So if anybody has a question about it, I'll give you the facts about each of them I'm aware of. Um, anyway. So the difference between those cables, Alex, are literally, there's no performance difference. It's just for looks. Like having a um, 1970 Dodge Challenger, and then you open the hood and you find out there's no engine paint. It's just the engine paint to make it look fancy. That's really all it's for, is cosmetics. No performance gain out of it or anything like that. I mean, it does help with like giving you extra length on the wire, the cables. But no, there's really not. Can though, if you buy the wrong cables or cheap enough cables, you can damage your hardware. So always be aware of the gauge of the wires that you're buying. Make sure it can handle, because you could number one damage your parts, but number two probably should be number one, cause a fire, because the part's going to ask for the electricity or the watts. Matter it won't care what cables are plugged in. It's going to ask for the watts, and the power supply is going to respond and say, "Okay, here you go." And then the poor cable in between is going to be like, "Oh my god!" So yeah, I mean, I'll flip it back over and I'll show you again the difference. But I mean, you could make the standard cables that come with the power supply look really nice as well. It's just, a really nice touch. My dog's over there barking. I don't know why. Max, what's wrong? Oh, there we go. We got the top plugged in. All this like crap. Have to light up. Got the top fans going. I got the not going, but plugged in. Bottom fans plugged in, and or the side fans. Now we just have the bottom ones. That's all that we have left. Bottom ones. Hey, calm down. He's freaking out because my daughter's swinging on a swing outside, and he wants to go outside. Poor guy. Problem with letting him out while swinging on a swing is he gets to grab her feet while she's swinging. So if I let him outside, and then my daughter yells at me about him. Anyway, uh, got your word. Look easy for cable management, just as it always been. All those illegal parties blowing up stereos. Yep, 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 yep. If you want to put a subwoofer in the back, or if you want to buy cable for your audio in your car, same thing. Want to buy a shitty cable for your house? One way to get out of arson. But yeah. Hey, sorry, I had a precious Chad moment there. Why they try to sell you the gold rated HDMI with your smart TV instead of the cheap one. Well, technically, yeah, a higher quality product, and that's true. But at the same time, most times you don't need like for an HDMI connection. You don't need like super high quality unless you're super high resolution, like for a 4K TV. That's like the only time I'll spend the extra money on stuff like that, depending on the quality of product I'm plugging in. Other than that, you're just wasting money there, or could be. But I'm gonna do things I'm around. Told you guys this was gonna be the boring piece. Fine. It's literally just cable management, power supply. But the end result will be well worth the wait. That wow factor is all right. So I believe that we're going to have the wow factor here all the way. We don't have too much more to go here. We just come out of power supply, plug 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cables in. Not too much longer. All right. This is your 1000 watt. Okay, cool. Fully modular power supply. The fully modular means all the cables are come disconnected. And it just makes it so it's a lot cleaner on the backside of your belt. Just nicer. Or more nice. It's kind of a triggering my cable management PS. I know. So I'm not done here. Don't worry. I'm going to make it super nice. It's going to be fancy. It's all going to be buttoned up. I'm just not going to do it here on the stream all the way because I could be here half the day. And I know you're trying to go to bed now, but that's not really the goal of the stream, is to put people to sleep. So I'm not going to do all of that right here. I'm at least going to, a little bit, button it up. But here's your 1000 watt pretty VGA power supply that's going to handle all the power the system needs. Important note, don't be like the Verge. Sorry, Verge. But make sure your power supply fan is not facing a solid piece of metal. Because if you want to replace your power supply within about 1 month, that is one way to do it. Make sure it's out facing your vent. So this Supernova power supply, this thing's a beast. Pretty much any high-end graphics card like the RTX 3090 that we're working with right now, it's an automatic at minimum. The 1000 watt EVGA gold. And I always try to go Supernova for any of the higher end builds. Especially this one. Because they're super high quality and they handle a load. So it's going to last a good, probably, not a problem, I should, under like a heavy load time, the last one. Yeah, getting your cables nice and tidy is, that's why I'm not going to do it here on like stream 100% of it, is because you literally sit here for like an hour and a half winking around with these cables and you for some reason still won't be happy with it, but you do a pretty good job with it. Just takes time, patience, time. All right, we got that. Now we just need our 24 pin 3 PCI and two 8 pins. Yes. Also important note, if you are working with, for example, an RTX 3090, that it will have 3 different PCIe connections, right? You want to make sure that the power supply is supplying 3 different cables. Cable can deliver up to 75 watts. Some cables or some power supplies will have the daisy chained connection on the power supply. Don't use the daisy chain if you have 3 connections, especially on, or even 2 connections, especially on higher end cards. If you have, for example, 2 connections on the card for PCIe, where am I over here? You have 2 connections, then you want to use 2 separate cables, 2 separate PCIe cables, not the daisy chain. I'll show you what I mean by daisy, whatever you want to call it. But this right here, this is a no-no. This doesn't equal 2 connections. This should only ever equal 1 connection. Don't know why power supply companies still put these on there. I'm not a fan of it, but this cable is only rated to deliver 75 watts. Connection on the graphics card is going to ask for 75 watts separately. That means you're trying to put 155 or 150 watts through a 75 watt cable. Not going to work. Again, I don't know why power supply companies still send these cables with you, or like this. This doesn't make sense. Spend the extra money, put the extra slots on the power supply. Call it a day. Excuse me. Trying to find the seat. Found it. And before we button that up, gotta get this 24. Oh. So one other thing you could do with the cables is get cable mod cables that plug directly into the power supply. The only problem is half the time when you buy them, take weeks to get here. Unless they actually have them in stock, which is rare. So again, I'm not the final product. I'm just buttoning these up so we can get it flipped over, powered on, and check out the backside. Check out the lights and everything's running for the stream, and then I will come back later here, button most of this up 100%. Don't want anybody falling asleep here. That's why I got Gold Tape, especially since so many companies skimp on the SU. Yeah, that's the other thing when you're buying a power supply. Don't skimp out on your power supply. We don't skimp out on our power supplies because guess what? We don't want to be responsible for a fire in your house. Not sure why that hasn't been a real thing lately, or before. A lot of manufacturers that skimp out on the power supplies. The power supplies short or die or eventually don't make it. Or when you try to go upgrade, can't because you have to replace the power supply. Try to upgrade your stuff. All it takes is $20 more on the manufacturer to put in a better power supply. Solves so many issues. Nope. CPU's plugged in, GPU's plugged in, motherboard's plugged in. I think we're ready to flip this over and hit the power switch. Oh, thanks. Think it'll power it on post. Did I do a good enough job? I'll probably have to zip tie cables on the backside so they don't slide around here, but I could feel tension pulling on them. Looks good. Place everything looks good. I think we're ready to fire this bad boy up. I plug it in and then breaker trips. That'd be funny. Okay. So the next step outside of finishing the cable management, we'll have to finish up the or do Windows drivers, BIOS updates, XMP profiles. Anything else we had to finish up here on the build? Yeah, I just love this motherboard. How many USB ports are on here? Thing's amazing. Also, direct USB-C on the back here. This is an amazing motherboard. Okay. Oh, crap. Cables on the back side's pushing. This thing glows like never mind. And we've got a post right now. So it's got to switch over to post to the motherboard BIOS here, so it's got to shut off again. Yeah, I mean, you could totally put this in your room and have a disco party wherever you want to go. Just plug it in and fire it up. This bad boy's posted. We're in the BIOS. We're looking at everything's checking in. All the RAM. CPU is obviously there, or it wouldn't have posted. Same thing with RAM, but all the RAM's there. Graphics card's displaying. So everything appears to be ready to fly. Yo! This is a Leon Lee case? Yes, this is the Leon Lee O11 Dynamic. The only thing that we did custom to it is we painted it army green, per Steph's request, and we also put his name clan tag on there, which was shit with an exclamation point instead of an I. We did that white on the front and the top, and also the back panel. I wanted to do the graphics card, but I am worried about the paint on the graphics card. So the only workaround that we would have for that is to get a separate panel and put that on there, because this panel is going to get hot, super, super hot. And then there's also a big hole on this particular back panel, and I don't want to cover that hole up because it is there for heat dissipation. So if I were to paint this, there's just not enough real estate there to paint it without having to go all out on it. Does the liquid cooler we set for have the RGB? Yes. Yes, sir, it does. Same exact one, actually. Balls Bay, I'm poor to be looking at this. LOL, I know, it feels like you just look at it and you lost money. Trust me, I mean, my insurance policy over here having all these high-end gaming PCs, which, by the way, I do have business insurance, but I had to get enough high enough policy to cover cost of all these expensive parts when I have a ton of them here all at the same time. I'm poor to be looking at this. We already read that. Look like the actual mount. LOL. Yeah, this thing. Is that what you're talking about, or like the actual mount, like this here, or this here? But this right here, yes, it's going to be the same one, along with these. The only difference I think in your build that we were talking about, Alex, and this one is instead of the plus fans, which have the rings, it's the Pro, so it's just a solid rainbow color instead of the rings on the outside of the fans. But we could switch that over. I think it's $10, it's like $30 more for the plus. That's not very expensive if we wanted to switch over. $10 times 3 because there's 3 sets that we're going to use. Wonderful. Yep. And it could flake. Wonderful. If you're running out of room, let me know. I have room here. Yeah, so you're going to be our extension storage facility or something? On top of the CPU itself. Oh, yes. Yep. Yeah, this is the Deepcool CPU cooler. That's the CPU block. Yes, it's the same exact one that we have picked out for your PC as well. Oh yeah. Look at that Trident Z. You can't even see. The Trident Z RAM is so glowy you can't even see all of it. But look at it. I mean, now that my hand's in the way too. Glowy. Yeah, I'll be your warehouse. I'm sure there's other like backdoor plans there if I were to store ship stuff over at your at the warehouse. Hulk, why do you keep getting a new graphics card every week? I know. The Royal RAM, I get it. I just I'm so I grew up with a big family where money was always tight, so buying nice things for yourself or for me, for myself, has always been a struggle. I talked myself out of a Hellcat. Okay? I talked myself out of buying myself a Hellcat like 3 years ago, back when they were actually reasonable. That I continued to drive my Chevy Cruze, which is paid off and on PLPD here in Michigan, which is still more expensive than full coverage in another state. But that's, I mean, I just talked myself out of buying nice things. But if you want nice things, I will buy you nice things. So the Subaru, yeah, I'm just so over buying new cars now. The new car tax, just buy a used car. It's the same thing, almost. I mean, okay, so if I had unlimited money, I would go in and buy a new car, sure, just because. But I don't. So I'm always conscious about what I'm spending, how I'm spending it, how it impacts my family, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And as the more responsibilities grow, more you think about money when you go buy nice things. But Steph, this one's for you, and she's a beauty. Can't wait to get this shipped out to you and see your reaction. I know you get to see it here, but seeing it in person, fired up with the glass on, loading into Windows, on your desk, it's going to be a big difference. It'll only increase. Yep. Awesome. I know. I think you're probably doing whatever it is that you planned on doing. So this is the end here. If there's anything that you want to follow up on the video, you can always go back to the video and check it out. But sorry about pushing into the afternoon. I honestly thought I could get this done a little bit quicker, but there was a lot of interaction on the stream, so answered questions and whatnot. I appreciate you jumping in and taking the time to watch it, man. I hope you enjoyed it, and let me know if you have any questions, but look for tracking information to drop in your inbox here soon. Look at that. Even has a beautiful little air code LED on it so that you can see what the code is, or air code or postcode. Awesome. Enjoy your new piece when it comes in. Stuff looks nice. By Mel. Alex, let's go, bro. Get stream. All right, guys, this is where I'm going to leave you for the rest of the day. I do have another build that I have to do, but I'm going to do that off stream, and I'm going to power through it because over here it's already 3:37 Eastern time. And I've got some stuff planned this evening, so I got to get this build done within an hour and a half. I also have to get some food for my kiddo, who's been asking for food for the last hour. I'm a terrible parent, I know, but she's old enough to take care of herself if she needs food. She just doesn't want to make it. Catch you Monday. Have a good weekend. Wait, what? Catch me Monday? Why are you catching me Monday? Oh, because of Mern? I'll probably see you there. Yep. Like, I'm not streaming Monday. Are you trying to get me to stream Monday? I'll send you a text later. Sounds good, man. Awesome. Awesome. GG's, guys. Have a good day. Thanks for tuning in, everybody.